Fletcher won't be here.
Huh?
Fletcher won't be joining us.
Okay.
That's
Okay, we are good to go. Morning, everybody. Welcome to the opening of the Thursday, February 12, 2026 regular meeting of San Miguel County Planning Commission.
March
Okay.
12th, actually,
What did I say?
February.
It's been a wild month. March 12. Well, no, your agenda said that. I was reading.
Oops.
March 12. We'll get that fixed, folks. And let us proceed with a call to order. We can't introduce Fletcher because he's not going to make it today. And Ian is out, but the rest of the gang's here. Approval of minutes.
motion to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? How do we say?
Aye.
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 Unanimously approved. Congratulations to the author of the minutes. What you got?
So coming up on our next meeting is a joint work session with the BOCC. It will be a 9:30 start here on Thursday, the 26th. We will talk about the accelerated review for housing under Prop 123. And I'm hoping we will be talking about natural resources. I'm waiting for stuff on that. And then our next meeting of the Planning Commission will be Thursday, April 2nd. We'll do a 9:30 start with a site visit. And then convene the meeting in Norwood after that. We have on that agenda a CUP, and we'll also probably do a work session on natural medicines, which is something that was legalized by the state, and now we need to get it in our code. And then after that, we'll be in May, back to our regular schedules, so.
Okay.
Um,
And where's the site visit?
It's just in between Specie Mesa and
Oh.
Wrights Mesa.
Mhm.
Off of the M44.
Is it the natural medicine thing?
No.
It's a different
No,
thing.
it's for an SUP for a events venue.
Oh, okay, thanks.
yeah. Yeah, we'll definitely give you directions on how to get there. And then we've made a few changes to our website, so I wanted to show you those. Here we go. There we go. As you know, you can go into the planning, go under departments, find the planning department. And that gets us to this page, and we have all these various ribbons. Anytime somebody wants to apply for a permit, land use code, master plan, a lot of our affordable housing stuff, renewable energy and natural resources, current projects and applications, short-term rentals, and we have a lot of FAQs. And then over here on the side, we have some additional information. That's where we're keeping all of our housing code update stuff. But one thing that we wanted to show you here is under current projects and applications, we moved that list to a different page. So we have another page called development projects, which you can also get to from under services and go to build services and go to building and planning. And then you can see that you've got all these other things here. So there's a lot of, as you know, websites kind of loop in and around themselves. We've added here building permit logs, so we have when building permits are issued, we do a monthly report so people can see what's going on. And then we've got our past ones. Same thing with development applications. And this is where we moved our pending land use applications. And we probably need to update this a little bit. And because we've actually finished a lot of these things. But you'll see here the Garlock Wedding venue application is the one for April 2nd. This one here is going to the BOCC next week. You already saw that one. We tell people all over our website, this is how you can participate. We repeat that. And then we added just yesterday this major projects. And this is really just one part of the drawings from the Society Turn PUD. Because they're going to be starting construction on the highway improvements and also the infrastructure within a week or less. We want to make sure that there, people who want to see some plans can find them. So that's why we put it in there. So just wanted to share a little bit about our website.
Nice, good changes.
Yeah. And, if you ever, have questions about our website or, wonder, do we have some information? Where's it at? Let us know. And, we try to make it intuitive and easy to use, but there's also a lot of information. It's a really information dense, pages. So trying to be as organized as possible and minimize the number of click-throughs that you have to do to get to something.
Where's the complaint ticket system? Is that connected to us somehow?
So report a concern.
Oh, there you go.
Um,
Yeah, we wouldn't want to call it complaints, of
Yeah.
course.
Actually, I'm not seeing a link here. Oh, there's an FAQ.
Okay, okay.
So that tells you everything that we need to know. You can also report so you go to Permit Central and the SmartGov portal. And that's where the contact us function is.
And I'll touch a little more on
Yeah,
that functionality in a
yeah.
little bit.
Matt's going to talk about that a lot, or some.
Some,
As
much as you want.
And yeah, I just wanted to kind of finish up on the Society Turn progress. The plats and all the documents are being recorded, if not today, Monday. They're getting geared up for the construction of the highway improvements. They've worked out to, they're trying to work it out so that there's as little traffic disruption as possible. You're going to be seeing some Jersey barriers going up to the concrete barriers.
Okay.
You're going to see those going up to provide separation between the work area and the roadway. There may be occasional times when they have to stop traffic. But if they have to do any, take it down to one lane for significant things, they're going to try and do that at night. Otherwise, their work will be primarily weekdays. They will avoid Bluegrass, 4th of July, so forth, not have work on those dates. They're right now, or within the next week, we'll be doing the reroute of the Remine Creek Trail, bringing the extension eastward so that the crossing isn't in their construction zone. Then they'll also start work on the infrastructure inside the project, the access road, the utilities, and start grading. That glacial moraine at the corner is going to be going down pretty soon. And you might see some of that start appearing over on Mill Creek, the development between Hillside, Brown Ranch, and then east of Brown Ranch, because they'll be starting site work over on those on that project at the same time. So just, yeah, there's going to be activity going on, and keep an eye out for it. But they're trying to, minimize disruptions as much as possible.
I noticed that the north side of the spur stakes had gone up, or maybe they've been there and I just now saw them.
There's been a lot of flagging going on, starting kind of around, west of Sunnyside and all the way out down, a little ways down Keystone Hill. And I think it's related to this. It's just when you're doing your locates and such, you go way outside of your construction area.
So there's not any development activity,
No,
Mill Creek.
no. It's like mile marker 71.6 to 71.9 or something like that.
So was that highway access for Society Turn, is that gonna be talking to Keystone Hill or on the Conoco side?
The Society Turn access will be approximately in the same location as the current access. So it's on the east-west part of Highway 145. So north side of the property. And it is approximately where you currently access the Sampa property. They'll be shifting it a bit east.
And then you said Mill Creek is or is not starting?
Mill Creek, so the Mill Creek PUD will be starting their infrastructure and site work this year. So you'll start seeing stuff moving there. They've already been moving, doing site work up on the Deep Creek Ranch development, which is also a Genesee project. So we've got 3 big Genesee projects running at the same time. But yeah, we're working on doing some PR and getting the word out to people to watch for the traffic.
Sure.
Do you know how that's gonna impact that 8 AM school drop-off window?
They've been asked to avoid that. And again, they're trying not to do they're trying to minimize their lane closures. So they should not be doing that during school drop-off rush.
Not that I personally care.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Any questions, guys? All right. Our first item, or next item on the agenda is a land use application. Meridian's right? No, this is from the other meeting, sorry. I knew I had that right. I guess we get Matt.
Yes, this is the Matt show today.
Great. Thanks, Lee, for that vote of confidence. I guess we get Matt.
I was about to say, we're fortunate enough to have a clear runway to give you all the attention you need.
I'm gonna share my screen.
Just be careful what you wish for.
Every time, I swear it's in the hot spot. Let's see. Alright. So. We
See?
have it. Great. Okay, so there are 3 main things that I'm gonna discuss with you all today. The Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code. And then after we talk about that, we're gonna talk a little bit about other building code adoption and some considerations. And then lastly, we'll give a brief update on our code enforcement, like program, I guess you'd call it. And Maura may decide to chime in on some of that stuff with code enforcement, when we get to that. And of course, code enforcement pertains to like when somebody disregards land use code or building code requirements, then we, in certain circumstances, begin our enforcement mechanism. So, those are the three big topics we'll discuss. The first topic, however, the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code. This is going to have a recommended motion from the Planning Commission to recommend the adoption of this code to the Board of County Commissioners. Recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that they adopt this code. So I'll start by saying, if you don't recall, or if this is maybe the first time you've done building code stuff as a planning commission member, in the statutes, where the county commissioners are given the authority to adopt a building code, there's a pre-step in there that says that the code that's being considered has to be given to the planning commission for their recommendation or recommendation for approval or disapproval or any changes that you want to see. So we're going to do this again soon with other building code stuff, and I'll get into that later on, but before July 1st, probably even before June 1st. But that's for other building code stuff. We're talking like, stairs and windows and whatnot. But this is before you today because we have to adopt this. This is a state law. So, but we're following the mechanism. We're going to ask you to consider it and to make a recommendation to the board. But before that, or the Board of County Commissioners, but before that, I'm going to just give you a quick rundown on this, this code is, so you know. And we've given a couple of presentations to different people in different avenues. Recently, we had some community, what would you call those, John? Community information.
That works.
Yeah, just wildfire stuff in general. And I presented these slides to folks in Norwood and in Telluride in those meetings. So, all right. So the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code. Here we go. So, this is a law in the state of Colorado that was brought to us thanks to Senate Bill 23-166 in 2023, and it's this law. The lawmakers basically are responding to things like the Marshall Fire on the Front Range in Boulder, and other incidents in California where we're seeing an increased and catastrophic wildfire behavior in wildland urban interface areas. So rather than leave it up to local jurisdictions to figure it out on their own, the state has decided that they want to mandate some minimum standards for wildland urban interface type code. So you all are familiar with that term, correct? Wildland urban interface. Okay, cool. So the law mandated the creation of a Wildfire Resiliency Code Board. What's that acronym? I should have spelled it out for you. Sorry, WRCB. So the law creates a board and gives them certain duties, and the board's mission is just to create more resilient communities and reduce risk to people and structures. And so the way they're doing that with this code is just introducing some pretty standard best practices for mitigating wildfire hazards around structures and homes. So this is just a little bit about the bill itself. So there were 20, the board lives within the Division of Fire Prevention and Control in the state's Department of Public Safety. There's 21 members on the board. And like I said, their job was not only to create the code, but also to define the WUI for the state of Colorado. And the WUI, the Wildland Urban Interface. So that's the acronym up there. So when you hear WUI, we're talking about where some forest abuts some, we are in the WUI, you know.
I've never heard the word.
WUI, yeah. So WUI code people, and you're gonna, so just real quick. People throw that word out and they say WUI code. You'll hear people in passing say, oh, we got the WUI code adopted. WUI, well, that might have a whole, different set of definitions depending on where you are, what you're talking about, and everything else. Generally, the WUI is the wildland urban interface. The code that we are going to adopt by law is called the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency. Colorado Wildfire, my goodness, the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code. People are going to throw out this, they think WUI code is synonymous, but this specific code is the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code. But the board's job was to define what areas of the state are in a wildland urban interface. It's pretty obvious for us here, but they did it across the state, and I'll show a map here in a little bit. They also had to obviously create the code and standards, and they used in that they were looking at different types of hazards that are putting us at risk across Colorado to our structures and to our lives. And then there's also in there the rules that they created, there's a process for any governing body. So any fire district, town, county, city that has to adopt this code, there's a mechanism that they created for us to petition them for like modification to the codes, which we're not going to do yet. Okay, so how do we enforce this thing? So enforcement is triggered, or compliance is triggered only when a building permit is obtained. So, and I have a whole big list, which I won't read, but I'll show you. There are some exemptions, but like very generally, if you're building a new structure after July 1st of 2026 this year, you'll have to comply. Your building on the construction documents will have to demonstrate compliance with this code as well as other building code standards or any code standards. If you're doing a remodel of a certain size that's defined in the code, you'll have to comply. The parts of the remodel that you're engaging in will have to comply. Same with additions of a certain size, they'll have to comply as well. So there are provisions for building materials as well as site requirements. Now, for us at the county level, it's not very significant, but just for what it's worth, there's like a lot of discussion at the HARC level with the site requirements and the building material requirements, and that, like I said, it's not really a factor for us at the county level, but in other jurisdictions where they have, DRBs through their town charters and their community development codes and whatnot, there are some interesting, funny things. And we'll see this as the state continues to decide to push certain building type codes. Those types of things probably will continue to come up. And so it's just kind of noteworthy. And again, these things have to be shown on their plans. So kind of conformance both with building materials and also site requirements. Yes, John.
Could you speak a little bit more to what permits would trigger this? Is it all?
I will.
Okay.
Yeah. So enforcement and compliance, what is a governing body? Well, governing body in the code is defined as basically any jurisdiction in the state of Colorado that has the authority to adopt code. So it's everybody. So there's no hierarchy of jurisdictions in the code. So a fire protection district and a county are really on equal footing, which means we have to work together to decide who's going to do what as far as enforcement. And we are doing that with like Norwood Fire Protection, Telluride Fire Protection, trying to work with Egner Fire Protection District, even though, as you know, in the West End Zone District, past Natarita Canyon, there are no building or development permits. The state law is still in effect out there. It'll apply out there, but we get to, if you look at the third bullet point, we can enforce at historic levels of enforcement. So, for example, in Delta County, where they don't have building code adopted, they, last time I checked with their planning director, in Delta County, they're going to create a letter that notifies people of the law and that it's up to them to be in compliance with the law. So we're gonna do something similar in the West End Zone District. We'll pull all the addresses and the property owners in the West End Zone District. And again, I'm talking Navarrete Canyon and beyond. In that actual district, and we'll send them correspondence that lets them know, like, hey, here's the law, and here's what the standards are, so have fun. Question.
So this would apply in any SUP situation that's going to lead to a development permit, right?
It comes into effect at the time of the building permit.
But not relative to uses.
No,
Just to buildings.
no, it's all about construction.
Right.
But you might remember we had an SUP several years ago for a covered arena, and they were using that kind of that structural plastic flexible stuff, and the question came up, how fire resistant is this?
Yeah. So I think if through some application that's like an SUP, where a condition of the SUP required them. So if they're gonna, let's just say, I don't even know, the giant storage building down in Ilion.
Mhm.
If someone wanted to change that into like a, what do you call it? Discoteca, right? And have raves down there. Well, obviously they would have to not only obtain probably a special use permit, but they'd have to make some modifications to their building to make that a building code compliant, like an assembly venue versus a storage venue. That would trigger a permit. It would be the entire building that would be remodeled, so they would have to comply with this code.
Thanks.
I don't think that's gonna happen, so if anyone's out there listening,
Great.
that would be pretty wild. Anyway, so does that answer your question, Lee?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. Again, for what it's worth, there's still a lot of questions about how this is going to play out. We are pretty dialed in. The one thing that we are working to help people understand is, and we're working with some state officials, the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board, the Fire Division of Fire Control, Protection and Control, is if someone, for example, in the West End Zone District, you know, out in Neckner, if they want to demonstrate that they are in compliance with the code, or that they built a house that conforms with this code, how would they get that? Because we're not going to issue a building permit for it. So we wouldn't do any inspections per se. So we're just trying to navigate that. Is it going to be someone from the state that would certify? Is there even a certification for them at all? And one thing that did come out in those community learning sessions about wildfire was that while it would be great, it appears that while these are good best practices, which we'll get into in a sec, it's not really going to have much of a bearing on, like, insurance companies aren't going to look at a CO issued after 2026 and say, oh, you're conforming with the state's wildfire code, we will definitely insure your house. That's probably not going to happen. They're still going to follow their standard protocols for, you know, underwriting insurance for a home and stuff.
Did the board that came up with the code work with insurance companies?
Yep.
Was that part of the goal?
Yeah, when the bill was passed, there were requirements for insurance representation on the board. I've heard that was relatively unfruitful just because of how insurance companies, they don't share their math or how they underwrite. They're pretty secretive about it, which is unfortunate, but you know, whatever, insurance. Okay, so real quick, and I don't want to belabor this too much, so I'll try to keep it quick. If you have any questions, feel free to stop me. I'm just going to kind of blow over some of this though. The code itself is pretty simple. It's 5 chapters. There are some appendices, which we will not be adopting. They're just not, we don't, any code book that is published by a code authority has appendices in it that you can adopt. We've adopted some out of, like, for example, the International Residential Code that have kind of helped us go into places that aren't quite specifically outlined in the code, like tiny homes, for example. This code, the appendices have to do with some extra like permitting kind of like clarifications or details. We just simply don't need them. So our plan is to just adopt these 5 chapters as required by law. So the first chapter is scope administration. The second chapter is some definitions, which is very standard in any code book you pick up. Chapter 3 kind of gets us set up with our design kind of ideas. And then chapter 4 is about the building materials, structure hardening, and chapter 5 is about the site requirements. So this is your list, John, and I'm not going to read this, but I've told anyone you want to take a picture of it, or if you want to get this list from us, or you want to look the code up yourself, you can just go find it. This is the list of exemptions in the administration chapter, where, again, I'm not going to read it, but here they are. So this outlines some of the ways that you would be exempt from the code. Is there a specific thing you want to ask, John?
I was curious about the size of and it says additions that do not increase the footprint.
Right.
500 feet,
It's a relatively modest addition, but
but they could increase the square footage without
they could.
increasing the square footage or the footprint fairly easily.
But then there's a 25% surface area.
Yeah, so we've asked these questions and to Chris Burnett with the Division of Fire Prevention and Control. And in subsequent years, just like any code, there will be the process of refining the code will occur. So some of this will, I'm sure people are going to be we've been asking these questions like, well, is it 500 feet or is it the surface area? And the answer is, well, it's up to your interpretation. Because people, I mean, like, for example, roof height, right? Ridge height and how it's calculated. Any number of jurisdictions can do it different ways. And so those types of things it's going to be left up to us. We'll do our best to, be consistent in how we apply that. But yeah, you're right, Ellie,
Would
And I-
the footprint include like a deck? Additions of a deck?
I would not include the deck as part of the building footprint. I'm gonna say we would treat it like we have with anything else we do with the employee housing impact mitigation fee. It's if the outside wall, if that footprint is increasing, I guess the distinction between inside and outside the building, if that area gets larger, then yes, decks are outside.
Yeah,
So I would
and
But they have
Garages.
big,
Because that's not habitable space, so how's that treated?
I would say that garages do count because those actually can have wildfire risk to them.
decks too,
Well, yeah, and
Well,
so there's,
decks would have to comply with the materials that they're built out of,
yeah,
but that in and of themselves, decks are handled.
that the whole building had to be.
Right, but that wouldn't trigger
For
exactly,
decks.
that would trigger,
Yeah.
yeah. The deck
Yeah.
itself the materials have to comply, good clarification, but it wouldn't constitute an addition of 500 square feet.
yeah,
I would agree with Kay that garages, sorry. We would count those, they're increasing, they need foundation, they need impervious walls around the garage. And it's part of the structure that can catch on fire. And so, yeah, it would fall in that category.
yeah. And we've discovered that our code needs to define footprint and maybe a couple of other things. And within the next few months, you'll maybe see that on the May agenda. We'll give ourselves a target so we actually get it done. I do see one thing on here that may cause a little bit of a conflict. And it's the exemption for accessory detached structures less than 120 square feet. We don't require building permits or development permits if they're under 200 square feet. So, and they're not on a foundation, they're not hooked up to utilities. So that's an area where things could slip through the cracks.
Yeah, well, we don't, and if somebody is putting electricity in a small structure, we would, or even plumbing, we would require them to get a permit regardless of the square footage. So
Mhm.
just real quick, generally, where, I don't see, I don't have my big fat cursor, sorry, I don't even know where my cursor is. There she is. My little guy is hovering over storage sheds there, so that, as it's applied in building code with the exemption for, people think like, oh, anything under 200 square feet is exempt. Well, if you're building a 199 dynamite storage shed, of course, we are going to require a permit for that. So the exemption for the 200 square foot and below always has this language associated with it. The storage sheds, playhouses, and similar uses, meaning you're slapping up some wood for like a kid to just play in during the day or to store a lawnmower in, fine. If you're creating a small structure that's outside of that very simple like playhouse slash storage shed idea, it still needs to be permitted, right? So, I suppose, at this point in the game with the impending adoption coming up, I am going to suggest we will just navigate this 120 to 200 foot differential on a case by case basis. For us to petition the state right now to have them give us effectively a variance so that we can change that number to 120 from 120 to 200 would probably be a little cumbersome, and we simply don't have time at this point. I can flag it for future code adoptions, but at this point, I'm going to suggest we just triage that on a case by case basis. So if you want to discuss that further, I'm happy to, or we can table it for later, but
Is that the direction we would go, or would we bring our code down to 120?
well, we could certainly do it with the building code because that's going to be on your docket again in weeks. Is the number 200 in the land use code?
Yeah, it is. We had previously didn't have anything in the land use code. It was silent. So even if somebody was doing a little, technically doing a little 5x5 tool shed, they had to get a development permit from us, and we're like, we just don't want to bother with this. So that's why we did put in the 200 square feet, not on a foundation with no utilities.
But, and if somebody's going to put a, and the, yeah. I guess I can check in with the Chris Burnett and the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board and ask him.
Yeah.
Because we, like Kay said, we had people, and this turns into an enforcement deal, where, if somebody's gonna build a house on a piece of vacant land and they're, they need, it might occur over the course of a couple of different seasons. Well, they need somewhere to put their stuff, right? Their construction tools and materials. And so 200 square foot storage container or whatever else is appropriate, we decided. So let me ask on the state there, and if, I don't know if we need to
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of,
include any sort of like language in the motion or whatever. I can just figure it out.
no, I think right now it's just something to be aware of and know that there is that difference. And then if it becomes a problem, we either look at adjusting our land use code and building code downward, or we go the state route to push it up. But it's definitely it's a conflict between the current, with the current IRC, because that has the 200 square foot exemption in it. And then that final line down there, any 35-acre parcel with only one residential structure on it that does not abut a residential or commercial area. That could certainly apply to a lot of properties here in the county. The thing is, because it says with only one residential structure, that's going to, if they want a caretaker unit, then they're gonna have to comply with this code. If they don't do a caretaker unit, then I guess they don't.
Well, and complying with the code, we'll see, is not, in my opinion, all that cumbersome. It's just relatively good common sense, but, so does anyone have any questions about the exam? Yeah, please.
Following your line of thought there, if there's a 36-acre inholding in the middle of a national forest, it doesn't have any residential or commercial abutments, they're exempt. Is what that tells me.
Right, yeah, so the idea is,
Right.
if you have, and while one of the missions of the code for sure is to protect one's own structure. If one structure is non-compliance and it abuts another structure, the non-compliant structure puts the compliant abutting structure at risk. So what I was told was that the logic here is, like you said, if you have a house in the middle of a 35 or larger acre parcel, it's not near the lot lines to trigger compliance. It has no other structures abutting other properties. Then yeah, I mean, if you want to put your own structure at risk, the code says, that's your own prerogative, but
Worried about neighborhoods and towns.
I mean, effectively, the idea is always to help mitigate the spread of wildfire. Again, thinking of like the Marshall Fire and how that happened. Structures that were hardened from a building material standpoint survived that fire. Structures that were right next to them that weren't burned down. So again, if all of those abutting structures had been hardened, the fire would have been, not near as catastrophic. So again, the code promotes home hardening, but it really prioritizes like safety at scale. So we can always amend this to be more stringent. So keep that in mind. What we can't do is take things out of the code without permission from the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board. So like if, for example, I would say any of these exemptions, we would have the ability to strike. We can take away exemptions. We can't add exemptions. That make sense?
I'm curious about that last one. Are there lot line numbers? I mean, what does it mean to abut a residential area? Does that mean the adjacent 35-acre parcel has a residence on it? Or does that mean it abuts a town? What does that mean?
I would hope it's defined, but I think they mean a higher density residential area. So, if you had a 35-acre parcel that was next to, something where, even you had 5 or 7 acre lots, that would mean they're not exempt.
Right. So I would say even, for example, like again, in the Norwood area, the Norwood Gardens, those lots are what, 5 acre-ish? If somebody's building on a 35 acre next to that neighborhood, they would be required to comply because it's next to a residential area. Again, our land use code language unfortunately isn't woven into this. We're gonna have to apply, try to make the like for like where we can. But yeah, I think we're in agreement that if it's a residential neighborhood, I guess when we talk about neighborhoods like Miramani Ranches or something like that, where it's not a subdivision per se, they're all 35 acre or larger lots. we would have to make some sort of decision at that level, right? Does it make sense? Because I think on one hand, we would say it's a residential neighborhood, but on the other hand, it's just Rice Mesa zoning. There's
Well, they're all
no,
35 acres there.
right, exactly,
Oakville Mesa, where they're all like 8 acres.
right,
Might apply.
right. So we'll have a little bit of, again, as with any code, projects will come in, we'll have to make decisions on how to apply it, and we'll just be as consistent as we can, so. I'm gonna move on. So chapter 3 is pretty important, because it basically tells us where the code applies. I'm gonna. So. I'm gonna come back to this ground truthing idea. I'm gonna get out of this really quick. And go into ground truthing. So one of the jobs that the board was to create this map. Each jurisdiction or each governing body has the ability to incorporate its own map that's either, as detailed and accurate as this map or better. You have to get your map approved. We're not doing that. We're just going to use the map that was given to us by the state. So this is obviously the state of Colorado. The hash mark areas are federal or tribal lands. So even though they're color coded as risk zones, they're not required to obviously comply with the code because they're federal or tribal lands. So we're going to zoom into our county down here. And so these hexagons, the lines of the hexagons, the sides of the hexagons are 200 meters. They tried a smaller scale, but it was too tough. So you can see that. So I believe this is Matarita Canyon, I think, or maybe, yeah, I think here. So effectively everywhere we issue permits is in a risk zone 2 or risk zone 3, which I don't know why they did this, but if you're in either one of those 2 risk zones, you have to comply with the class 2 requirements for site and building materials. So the orange and the red are effectively the same, is the take home from there. So if you zoom in, let's go around again, let's say Norwood-ish. You can't zoom in too much, otherwise the layer turns off, which is silly, but okay. So here's what we're looking at. We're looking at a series of hexagons. You can click on a parcel and it will pull the parcel data is to some degree in there. There's a parcel number, which is pretty neat, I think. There's some other attributes in this table here, which are not really helpful, but there they are. So let's look at this giant parcel here. So what we would do with this one, because I think everyone's obviously going to recognize, dang it, it's next to my house, or hey, a portion of my parcel is in orange, but most of it's not. So our stance is going to be if more than 50% of your parcel is in a zone, we're going to apply that, or not zone, but is in that risk zone, then we're going to apply that to your property.
Well, okay, look where your mouse is. What if less than 50% is orange, but you're building a house in the orange?
Well, good
The
question.
School district, but
Don't care, just for example.
Yeah, good question. So, well,
All right.
What's the school there?
so that's a great question. I don't know the answer to that question.
No, I said, or if you're building. That's like, how they all,
I guess I'm open to what your ideas would be. So there's one of 3 options. We could say any sliver of your parcel is in that particular zone. So the entire parcel has to be, you got to comply with the code. We could say more than half of your parcels, colored or whatever, orange or red, so you have to comply, or we'd say where you're putting your house is in red or orange, so you have to comply. People can always move their building sites, maybe they can, maybe they can't, but either way, there is, we're gonna go back to the slide, there's a mechanism for ground truthing, which is going to be at the owner's expense or the applicant's expense. The ground truthing mechanism is basically they hired a qualified professional to go out and, just like a geotechnical analysis, someone would go out that's qualified and analyze the soil and tell you how to design your foundation. Similarly, a qualified professional will go out there, measure, spacing between vegetation types, crowns of trees, what's on the ground, what can be cleaned up, yada, 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 and provide us a report with some credentials on the report that says, in my estimation, they are not in zone 2 or 3, they are zone 1.
Yeah.
And we would accept that, and that's ground truthing.
But you don't wanna make that call yourself? You want someone to
I-
come to you with that report?
Exactly. At this point, we don't have anyone on our staff that's like has credentials to make that determination. This is one of the things we've talked about with the fire protection districts, which TFPD wants to invest in some staff where they can provide this service. They're still working on that. We don't have any plans in San Miguel County, our staff to although I think we should have discussions at some point very soon about hiring a forester. We've toyed with the idea before. That would, I think, along with this and other things, I think we could keep a forester busy, but we'll let our numbers guy back there
To,
worry about that some of the time.
to what degree are builders already behaving like this, though, to help?
Oh,
If they're building.
builders?
Yeah, if they're helping clients think about where to site things or fire risk, like, is that happening or it hasn't gotten down to that level yet?
Generally, no. Around here, generally, we have people that buy properties that are enamored with the views and the privacy or the landscape in whatever way. Yeah, trees or privacy, and they want to maintain that regardless of a lot of things, cost,
Okay.
logic, other things, so. No, trees are great, just
Yeah.
not right next to your house,
Would it
And-
be possible to have an enforcement policy, something like if X%, maybe 50 of your lot is in orange or red zone, then if over that, then you're required to meet the requirements. If it's less than that, then you're required to sign off your knowledge of the requirements.
I would, we've had things like that in the past where people can kind of like, sign effectively like a waiver
Yeah.
for the things.
indemnification,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and like I said, I don't think that, would achieve the overall goal of mitigating risk at scale.
Mhm. Well, then
I mean,
what the
people-
insurance
people-
companies is gonna matter more than what we do anyway.
Well, and that's true. So like people are gonna, we had an insurance guy at one of the in Norwood, maybe John will recall. People were kind of getting animated about how difficult it's going to continue to be to get homeowners insurance. And one person said, well, so then I can't get insurance. And he said, no, you can always get insurance if you pay enough money. And so that's the trend that's going to continue to happen. So people are at one level or another, at some point in Colorado, people are going to have to do these things anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to be strongly impelled to do these things.
Shouldn't our codes support people in building structures that can be insured? I mean, isn't
Exactly,
that
yeah,
kind of what
we-
we should be trying to
I do believe that, yes. So I think it's our job as an enforcement and administration agency to try to set our community up for success and safety. And so while I understand the like idea that people should have autonomy to do what they please on their property, we do want to do our best due diligence to protect other people as well. So, and just kind of for what it's worth, Lee, we used to have in our code, people could sign a, they either had to, for radon mitigation, which is a relatively cheap thing to do. You put some pipe in the ground below your house before you build your walls and floors. Costs about $5,000 on average. Well, people in the past could either install it, they could not install it and test for radon at the end. And if they didn't get enough radon, then they didn't need to retroactively install it before CO. Or they could sign a piece of paper that says they didn't care about radon. And to me, I think that's, again, thinking that someone down the line is going to occupy that home in the future, and radon levels can change for a lot of reasons. The people that are going to occupy that structure later are going to be at risk could be at risk for radon, where maybe someone that built the house didn't care about radon. Maybe they already had lung cancer. Who knows? It's not, I don't think it's fair for the people that are occupy that home in the future to allow that. So I would say the same type of thought process would apply where, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't care. They want their trees right next to their house because that's, you know, they feel good or whatever else, you know, people are people. But I don't think, again, it promotes like long-term resiliency, you know, at scale. So
So going back to this, you can see just by the nature of the shape that some of these parcels have a touch of orange just because of the shape. It has like a little
Right.
tiny bit of triangle, so I would not support saying any parcel with any orange or red needs to comply. I like the idea of the 50%. I think I would say if your parcel has 50% in the color or you're building in the colored zone, you need to comply.
okay. I think
That would be my approach.
I think we should I'll add some language to the when we get I think that's a good idea. Unless someone says that's not a good idea, we can have a discussion about it. But I think, again, your job today is to make a recommendation to. It's funny, you have to recommend that the county adopt an obligatory code. So, but
We can do that.
I think
But notes to you.
yeah, I think it's a smart idea to delineate that a little bit.
Is this map based mostly on what they determine is critical, like urban wildland?
Yep. So there's
So it's not necessarily about fire risk parcel to parcel. It's more about like existing structures and
well, so yeah, so the map takes into account. Well, can you clarify your question before I go off on a?
I'm just wondering, when they made this map, if it really like got detailed about fire potential?
Yes,
Like lot by lot, or if it has more to do with that interface that you were talking
Yeah.
about and like the potential for it to affect the whole region?
it's the latter.
Okay,
So, yeah, so if you kind of take a bigger step out, I mean, like if we look at just kind of how the mountains are laid out, and again, these are hashed in, but like it makes sense, right? So so they took a lot of stuff into consideration when they made this map. Like fire behavior history, where wildfire actually has occurred, where it's not occurred, where it is probably going to occur next. So they've used all of the modeling that like the State Forest Service already uses. They analyze fuel types on the ground, like forest vegetation regimes and geographical features, neighborhoods, everything, you know, all of that stuff went into to provide this kind of it's not parcel by parcel, it's a how is fire likely going to affect this landscape.
cause I noticed on the Wrights Mesa area, obviously the parcels that are not colored are like the big irrigated,
Exactly.
treeless
And I think
areas.
Or the canyon, you can see the canyon floor where it's just rock walls, there's no color there.
and the modeling would support that, right? I mean,
Yeah.
fire, well, we had, what was it, last summer, the fire that ran diagonally across from Wrights Mesa towards like Norwood Hill.
Towards Swing Hill.
Yeah, I mean, it probably would get to a point at those 40s that are irrigated, it'd probably peter out. or change direction and go back into the Pinyon Juniper. So that's what the modeling in this shows. You can read about how they created the map like on the website.
Okay.
But yeah, good question. Okay, I'm gonna move on.
For your inner geek.
For your home.
Then that's it. Here. Cool. So again, we talked about ground truthing. So we'll move on. So flow theories, we have structure hardening in chapter 4, which effectively is just building materials. So in a structure that's in risk zone 2 or 3 has to comply with the class 1 and class 2 requirements. I only listed class 2 requirements here. But so again, just best practice stuff. So protect your eaves from flames.
What does that mean? Like
Your
copper on them, or what does that mean?
there's different options. Basically, they have, like, you have to enclose your eaves. They don't want create a situation where you can have flame come up against your house and it gets into a cavity. So we're talking about eliminating those cavities, or if you're having exposed rafters, having like heavy timber or rated materials that are not going to combust, you can enclose eaves and soffits again to protect. What they don't want is heat and flame getting on like a 2x6 and it just, combusts and goes into the roof rafters.
We had the wildfire guys come out and do an inspection for us.
Mhm.
And they basically said, any place where snow collects, ash can collect.
Yep, embers and ash and stuff.
So.
So we're not saying no wooden soffit, we're just saying have soffit.
Well, there's options across the board, but yeah, there's different options. Generally the heavier the wooden material, the more resistance rating it has. I mean, this is yeah, so I guess, well, like, do you have a specific?
I'm just curious what the requirements are, because, for example, my house has wooden soffit and fascia. Is that hard? I don't think it's wood, but I don't have exposed rafters.
Yeah.
If you do the 5 foot, 10 foot, if you clear out, then there's no fuel ladders up
That's
to
not
your
what this is
soffit.
saying.
So I'd have to look and see exactly what's allowed, what's not allowed. Generally, your eaves have to be protected by either a 3/4 inch material or some other like non-combustible option.
Like
Yeah.
3/4 inches.
3/4 inch generally is 3/4 inch like solid material, quote unquote, is resistant enough. So exterior walls have to be constructed in any number of certain ways. There's options again with your exterior cladding, or you can have a 1 hour rated assembly, or again, they give options, but the idea is to have a resilient exterior wall. So it doesn't specifically say what you can and can't use. Again, if someone wants to use certain wood options, there is flexibility, but
Awesome Hill, we have tons of wooden siding, in Awesome. So. Is that okay?
well, they're fine until they get a permit
Sure,
that
right.
triggers it.
Okay.
Then
That's an example of where a subdivision may need to look at their own design standards in order to accommodate the new code. I know of a subdivision that they mandate logs, and it can be the log siding or the full log construction, but logs are hard to insure. And they are a bigger fire risk, so.
so
That's what I'm most curious about, is what are the hardening requirements? What kind of financial burden is that gonna put on people in Norwood? I'm obviously, we want them hard, but like.
Yeah, and it's not just Norwood,
Sure,
it's
so-
everywhere.
Sure. I
Um,
care less about what people in ski ranches have, they're more about. What the West End have, but
show some love for us down valley.
yeah, exactly. All of us have to actually make these changes if we pull a permit, so.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I mean, I've got a house that is partially timber frame, so I do have some exposed rafters. And whereas other parts, the eaves are fully boxed in. Part of my house is clad in metal, which is great, but part of my house is clad in cedar board and batten, which isn't great, especially where it comes down to the ground. So, it's all, I have corrugated steel roof. Uh, Obviously, when it was installed, over 25 years ago, they weren't thinking about the possibility of embers getting pulled up into those channels. Now they do, and there's things you can install when you're installing your roof to block the underside of those channels. Alternatively, you can shove steel wool up there. But when you've got a two-story house, that requires a high lift. So it really is specific, but if you're looking at new construction, that makes it easier for you to make design decisions that fit this rather than retrofitting in the
Particularly
future.
curious what those. requirements
So
are.
here's the code. Just since we're asking about it. These are options for exterior wall construction. So they can either they can have a exterior wall that has a 1 hour rated. It's 1 hour rated. That means that they've gone into some third party listing agencies manual of cataloged and listed assemblies, and they pick that assembly and they put on their plans and they build their walls as that assembly is shown in the technical drawing. That's what 1 hour rated means.
So does that include the drywall on the inside? or
It
is
depends
that-
on the assembly. It could not, it just again, so the 1 hour, the idea of 1 hour rating, there are test standards, ASTM test standards. And so if somebody builds a wall assembly, you put drywall 2x6, fiberglass insulation, drywall on the outside, hardy siding, you say, I want to, here, UL, burn this sucker according to the test standards. So they set it in the corner, they put a flame with a certain BTU on it for a certain amount of time, they measure flame spread, they measure smoke developed. And if it passes if it doesn't go outside little lines they have marked on their wall, they get the rating and it gets stuck in their little book. So that's how that works. So if anyone can submit anything to UL and have it listed. That's the beauty of it, but it does cost money. But that's what that means, 1 hour rating. So it's not any one thing. It's whatever you find in that book that works for you. If it's listed, you can put in your plans.
So you're probably gonna get to it, but I'm curious what the trigger is in terms of remodel. New
It's
construction obviously is gonna
Yep.
be stuck with this. but-
so it's 25% or more on the outside if they're remodeling 25% or more. That's the language it says.
Footprint.
Just so if you have 4 walls and you remodel 1 wall on the outside, you have to comply. What we will do is that wall has to now comply with the code. I'm not going to require, and this is my interpretation, I'm not gonna require you to demo all 3 other walls, but that 1 wall has to be put back in a code compliant way.
Let me say that back to you. So if I'm touching this wall, more than 25% of this wall, then this whole wall has to be.
No, so if 25% of your,
Full circle.
let's say house, if you have if it's a square house and each wall is 25 feet long. And so if we measure, however, we try to measure as objectively as we can. If we say that your remodel is 25% or more of your exterior building surface, then whatever you take off, you have to put back according to the code. That makes sense? So if that wall is 25% of your building and you pull the siding off because you need to replace it, that wall has to be put back according to the code. I wouldn't make you go to the other walls and say, pull that off too.
So if you have to.
You
replace your
should,
roof-
that'd be great if you could, but I don't think I can require that. Yes, what?
So you have to replace your roof just in the course of time.
Yes,
You might have to make it compliant, but you wouldn't necessarily have to do
so,
work on the walls.
right, so roofs are specifically mentioned.
Okay.
So yeah, if you, walls or roof. Yeah, roofs are kind of separate from the walls. So if you're doing 25% of your roof or more, you gotta replace your roof with a compliant roof.
And you would say do the whole,
Do the whole roof, yeah. Which we already have requirements for roofs anyway, but
and what are those, like, I'm just really curious, like, what is the impact gonna be to people? So I assume no shingles, no shake shingles.
you can have, yeah, so no cedar shakes, no. No one should ever do cedar shakes ever again, ever. Ever.
Metal.
Yeah.
asphalt.
So they can either do a class A rated assembly or a class A rated material for roofs. So again. And this is not uncommon. This has been happening for years already. Somebody wants to re-roof, we say, what are you putting on there? They say metal. Like, well, give us, where are you getting it? How thick is it? You know, because people could use metal if it meets a certain class A requirement when the thickness is of a certain thickness. Other types of metal have to be installed with a certain type of underlayment. Those are all things that we ask for at plan review. We've been asking for a long time. Asphalt shingles. There are plenty of asphalt shingles that have a class A rating. You know, so it doesn't mean you have to have bonderized standing seam metal for every house. You can do shingles, you can do corrugated metal, you can, all those things. There's a little bit of extra care you have to take what's going underneath it and how it's installed. I don't think that's, I mean, replacing the roof's gonna be as expensive as it's gonna be. This code doesn't have any effect on roofs, in my opinion.
Yeah, and if you want to learn a lot more about this, because we could be here for days, otherwise, there's a program called Firewise from the National Fire Protection Association. So just Google Firewise, and you can get in there, and they have a lot of really good educational information. I mean, this, there's, they'll tell you about fire behavior, they'll tell you about, construction, techniques. I mean, it's all there.
Yeah, folks come out to my house from the forest, it's like, I've done all that. I'm really concerned, particularly with, by adopting this code, what does that mean for the people of San Diego County? Obviously, we have to adopt it, but what does that mean when you go to build a house? Does it have to be a stone house?
No, so again, yeah, right here, we have, they can use heavy timber or logs, that's fine, because again, heavy timber is pretty resistant. And they can use any number of approved materials, and that word should be in italics. What that means, and whenever you see the word approved in code, it means I approve it. And what that means for me is they have lab test, that the material's gone through some other third-party listing agency. Not uncommon, very, very consistent. So yeah, they can use fire retardant treated wood as long as it is in its technical specifications meets certain flammability standards. So there's a lot on the table for options. I don't know what amount of cost it's going to add. I think a lot of the wood siding that's used nowadays anyway for aesthetics is really expensive as it is. And there's usually cheaper non-combustible options out there anyway. So again, I think, yeah, it just in very generally, like the reins are kind of being tightened a little as far as like what people can and cannot do in the rural West in general. And I think that's what people kind of are feeling the shift, where forever in the western slope of Colorado, it was kind of, that's why people live out here, do what you want. And now we have a little bit of regulation, and it feels plenty to some people, but I'm going to move on unless you have other questions about materials.
Thank you for indulging.
Yep, no problem. Happy to do it. So chapter 5 addresses site and area requirements. These are very common sense. There's a 0 to 5 foot, basically a no zone, non-combustible materials only, basically. There's some requirements for like site signage as well. although that's not necessarily 0 to 5 feet.
Now, I'm curious about the tree crowns must be pruned part. When we had the Forest Service come out, they said you can include a tree in your buffer zone. So if you want a tree outside your window, you just have to have your 100-foot buffer zone include that tree around your house. Does this now negate that?
Not that I have seen. And I understand what you're saying, but this doesn't appear to allow that, no. But it does say tree crowns must be pruned to maintain a 10-foot clearance.
No, I just do the.
But,
appearance
yeah.
Saturday.
Outside of the 0 to 5 foot, we have 5 to 30 feet, which is basically, manage your fuels, your accumulation, your types of trees and shrubs. There are some requirements for what types of vegetation you can have and what you can't. It promotes fire resistant plants. Like aspens are great, they say. And then there's a 0 to 30 to 100 foot. That's kind of focuses more on like tree spacing and those types of things. Again, if fire is approaching your property, you want it to slow down and not go full force. The structure hardening has to do with the embers that are flying, a mile out ahead of the fire. If they land next to your house and that 0 to 5 foot, that's clear vegetation, so it should sit there and smolder in your gravel or something. And then you have fire resistant materials everywhere else that's important anyway. Your screens or your vents and all those things are screened anyway. So if those embers jump that barrier you've created with your site preparation, they're going to sit there, and the idea is nothing will happen. Firefighters can direct attention to other people that didn't want to comply with the code. And then, the fire as it's roaring across the forest will not encroach, to your house. So that's the idea.
Does this affect driveway standards or is that already,
It,
we have to do a lot of work on our driveway according to what the fire department wanted us to do?
it doesn't, I don't recall there being anything other than what we already require.
That might be an area that the county would want to work with the fire districts to look at if we do make it more stringent, because I know at least in our case, it was a pretty big deal for them.
Right. No, I think we work with the fire departments on all of our permits anyway that we issue with, they approve driveways. Or if there's an issue where they can't construct a conforming driveway, then what does the fire department do, Nicola? They yeah. So the fire protection district is involved with driveway approvals as it is, so.
Okay.
Um,
How does this section, this chapter fit in the building code enforcement? Do you pull a landscape code or landscaping permit?
no, this is just this will have to be shown on their building plans, their plans. So with their building plans, they'll have to have, which they're supposed to anyway, is have a site plan. They're supposed to give us plan views of what they're doing, where they're working, materials that are going on the walls, inside the walls, everything else anyway. And with the site plan, they're supposed to show us things already, like where the driveway is, how, driveway plan and profile. They'll just have to add, and a lot of the plans come with landscaping plans anyway. In the event that they don't, it's just show us what's existing not necessarily show us what's existing, but show us that you understand what the requirements are with your plan, where you'll have your 0 to 5 foot buffer zone. What your plan is, what are you gonna do? And then when we go out and do inspections, we'll just, again, observe, make sure that those things are as they were on paper. So not like a landscaping permit. Just with the building permit, it'll be part of the plan set.
So we anticipate there being a new building on the edge of Blossom Hill based on the meeting we had last month. how does that work when the 30 to 100 foot buffer zone is owned by the HOA? Or an adjacent property?
They just have to do what they can with what they have. There are some exemptions, but yeah, I mean,
You know, we can go to the Lawson Hill HOA and say, hey, guys, you need to cut down all the trees within 100 feet of houses. Is that a thing that we're gonna enforce?
This is triggered by new building permits and like you said, we can only do what we can do. Somebody's got a half-acre lot, they can deal with, vegetation and, try and do as best they can on their own lot, but that, obviously they can't cut down their neighbor's trees.
Right,
Right.
but the HOA owns property also, so how are we going to ask HOAs to make their difference? Or are
we won't.
The neighborhoods might want to HOA,
Yeah.
again, insurance, will you do this, these trees,
Yeah,
so that would not be.
And the setbacks built into the lot lines will
Help that.
help drive some of that.
yeah. So here is your. Just, I'm gonna blow over this. Basically, we gotta do what we're gonna do, and that's why, because it says so as code stuff. The law says we have to adopt this and enforce it no later than July 1st. So if somebody applies for a permit after July 1st of this year, they have to comply with it. If they get the permits in before that date, they're locked in the old code cycle.
So it's permit, not start,
Permit
permit date.
application completeness date. Just as it's been with anything else, code and fees, whatever. Yep. For us, again, other jurisdictions may do other things, but we're talking specifically in the county. This, in the statutes, this is your citation where we have to do what we're doing today, get your recommendation. Although it's funny, I mean, your recommendation's advisory only, but that's what it says, so what I'm asking you to do today is someone to make a sample of this motion here to, recommend this be adopted by the county commissioners, so
Why the April 1 date?
law, it's required.
The 2023 law required it by April 1.
Yep,
The OCC ready to handle that?
everyone in
And
the
the
state
meeting on
is.
that date.
Imagine that.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
Is there anything, I keep going back to this idea of like, we need to start with the builders being educated and proactive. Are there trainings, are there certificates, like could the county as part of their climate change resiliency efforts, like bring in trainers that could certify builders or train builders?
We can put on some workshop at county level. We've done things like that in the past. Turnout is always low.
Okay,
We don't require any sort of contractor licensing. Meaning, where they have to have credentials and do continuing education credits and all those types of things. We've talked about that at the county level. That's tough because it kind of promotes like in some ways, unfortunately, like a black market, right? Where someone gets approached to do an addition out in the nethers and they know that they're gonna have to comply with this, but they don't want to, they don't want to deal with the plans, blah, 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 so they'll just do it anyway.
yeah,
And I guess the code in and of itself promotes that, but I think to require someone to do any sort of continuing education or what have you.
yeah.
Also adds to that challenge.
I don't mean
Are
required.
there?
I guess I think that
Well,
like,
I was gonna say, are there certifications that builders can obtain? There are, I don't know, I can't name any off the top of my head.
okay,
The incentive, I would say, probably for people to go out and be like a certified fire WUI builder
yeah,
are,
it's not big.
no,
It just seems like as the insurance piece gets harder, and so homeowners become more aware of that. And
Right.
are struggling with it, no matter how much money they have to build their house,
Right.
That builders may then be incentivized to demonstrate that they are always complying with like the best practices.
What you're talking about is a business opportunity for some individual to create that service. So
Yeah.
we don't have to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like the locator service. You know, it's just an expense that they have to.
Or, a
Okay.
contractor who says, I am very well versed in this, which gives me an edge and on getting your permit and your project built.
Mhm.
Because I'm not gonna have to go, back and forth. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess my last question is just in terms of enforcement post-development, what happens? Anything? Once. is it
like
part of the
after
CO
like
process?
after they get a CO and stuff.
Or is compliance now part of the CO process?
Like
Yes.
Perpetual compliance.
You know?
Well, it's part of the building permit process. So, they're telling us that this is the house we're going to build with this type of construction and these materials and with this site plan. And so as they're going through all of their inspections, our inspectors are verifying that. And then, yeah, in order for them to get the CO, it has to match the plan that they gave us in the first place.
So it's just inherent in the process. Okay.
We aren't gonna check back on an annual basis to see if they bought a new rose bush that they put against their foundations in the 5-foot zone.
Right.
Oh, dear.
That's just a matter of, they need to be smart in their own way about wildfire and then the insurance companies get involved.
And if my house burns down because my next door neighbor was non-compliant, I'll just sue him.
You, Lee.
I do. Okay.
Do you like it?
I mean, I think the idea is a great one. I would prefer that the state either just mandate all building code, a minimum building code, or nothing. I think having laws like this and a couple of others that we're going to talk about in a little bit, kind of on a one-off, create a lot of like difficulty and enforcement and who's doing what and this, that, and the other.
Discrepancy like the 120, 200.
Yeah, where it would be easier just to have one state kind of uniform code and let everyone enforce it on their own. I think that'll happen probably in the next 10 years, but yeah,
Well, thanks for the coverage
yeah.
and the answers. Am I okay to ask for a motion at this point? We good?
I move to recommend the adoption of the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code by the San Miguel County Commissioners pursuant to Senate Bill 23-166, no later than April 1st, 2026. I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Nope. Aye.
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 Great.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you for your patience with our 100 questions.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Again, that's what this is for. So,
Prove we know what we're talking about here. Or don't.
so the next thing I'm going to discuss. Which do you need to take a break?
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes.
Okay.
We'll recess for 5 minutes. What else?
Yeah, what else is on there? I just didn't see it on the agenda.
Effectively, we're gonna. There's another moving deadline, July 1st. It's for revolver.
Guys, I meant it up, it's not my fault.
Not to break it. Okay, thank you. We are now reconvened.
So the next two things I'm gonna talk about are just informational, no decision making. So I don't have any slides for this next topic. I'm just gonna tell you what's going on and share a couple of ideas with you. Actually, I do have the slides. And then what I want is to know, I want you to, if you think you're gonna have questions about the codes that we're looking at adopting and why, I would love for those questions to come to me. We don't necessarily have to have like a long conversation today. But I want you to consider some of these things. If you have questions, you can email them to me. And I can, we'll come back to you soon. To have another one of these types of meetings, probably with some sort of recommended motion time to consider some additional building code adoption stuff. So just real quick, at a high level, in addition to the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code, there was another House bill that was passed in 2022, 1326, that triggered the requirement for jurisdictions that enforce building code to enforce a minimum, like more modern energy conservation code. Also, it mandated the creation of an energy code board that was tasked with developing a couple of different things, most significant of which is the Colorado Low Energy and Carbon Code. So in that bill, there are also some timelines, some triggering timelines that are looming. We are already inside of the window. So the big deadline is July 1st of this year. If we amend our building code outside of the wildfire code, the wildfire code has nothing to do with this. It's built to not, they don't trigger each other. But after July 1st of 2026, if we amend our building code in any way, shape, or form, whether it's to adopt a new code cycle or even to change one word in our code resolution, we would be bound to adopt the state's model low energy and carbon code. I'm going to start calling that the LECC. If we adopt code before July 1st of 2026 or change our code, we have the option to adopt the normal International Code Council's version of either the 2021 or the 2024 Energy Conservation Code. That's a standard historic code that everyone in the country has been using for the most part, if they're adopting code. The International Code Council, the ICC. So the ICC has written published code for years. It's been the standard code since 2000. It replaced what was known as the UBC, the Uniform Building Code. So what our plan is to come back to you and to go to the county commissioners with a code adoption resolution that's going to adopt the 2024 building code cycle and all of the books that we adopt with that, the mechanical code and the residential code, and to make a decision whether we want to go with the International Code Council's version of the energy code or jump ahead and get ahead of the requirement to just adopt the low energy and carbon code, the LECC. I haven't made the decision yet. I'm still trying to learn as much as I can about differences and implications of those, how those two codes are different, and some key differences. We'll talk a little bit about them. But again, any questions you have, please make a note of them, and then we can talk. We can have a quick conversation today, or we can you can get those to me later via email. So one of the options in this memo that I gave to the Board of County Commissioners at the end of last year were these different adoption scenarios. One of them was certainly to do nothing. let's stay on the 2018 code cycle that we're already on. They don't have an appetite for that. Generally, as we move into more modern code cycles, especially as it pertains to energy conservation code, we are gaining efficiency of our buildings that we permit. The going from the 2018 energy code to the 2024 energy code gets you about a 12% increase. So if you model one home on the 2018 energy code and model that code, that same house conforming to the 2024 code, it's about 12% more efficient-ish. So that's why the commissioners, as you look at their goals and what they want to achieve, they want to, they want to promote efficiency and carbon reduction. So that's why they have no appetite for staying on the 2018 code cycle. So we will be adopting. We're going to skip the 2021 codes because they're, in my opinion, the 2021 codes, and in a lot of people's opinion, it's kind of a mess and a little controversial. It ratcheted up ceiling insulation to R60 versus the traditional R49, and then in the 24 it bumped back down to R49. So things like that. We're going to skip the 2021 code cycle. So we will adopt on or before July 1st of 2026, we will at least adopt the 2024 code cycles. That's going to happen. The only thing we have yet to flesh out is whether or not we're going to go with the International Code Council's version of the 2024 energy code, or we're going to go with the state's LECC.
Is the LECC like the international version with added things, or is it totally?
Great question. So where are we? On slide deck. Nope, I'm on the right one. So I did write this down here. So here's some kind of key differences between the IECC and the LECC. IECC, the International Code Council's International Energy Conservation Code, or the LECC. So the LECC, they took off. So the code board that developed that code took off from the 2024 energy code. So that's its base. It looks similar in most ways. The key differences that I'm still trying to make sure I understand accurately, and it's tough because energy code in and of itself is, I mean, we're talking about I'm going to bookmark. I have a little bit of a tangent. I'm going to bookmark that and come back to it. It's tough to put, like, I can't say I don't usually have like a carbon meter outside my house, right? So I can't actually measure a lot of the fruits of these code changes. We do a lot of modeling. Well, I don't. People that write the code do a lot of modeling and assumptions based off those models. So the key differences, there are really two categories of key differences as far as I've come to learn between the International Code Council's energy code and the state's model low energy and carbon code, which we will have to adopt by 2030 at some point anyway. We just don't have to yet, as long as we get in before the 2026 January 1st deadline. But the two differences are, main categorical differences are the idea of debiasing energy source for your home, and then the incentivization of electrification through quote unquote compliance credits. So the first one, the idea of debiasing. So the way energy efficiency was measured in previous code cycles thought more about a cost-based approach of efficiency. And that was kind of the origins of energy efficiency. If we think of homes that were built in the 80s or the 70s or the 50s, the ones that were super drafty, and you had a fire going all day, you know, you had your furnace going, right? Maybe some of us grew up in houses like that. I know I did. Those worked, and they stayed up forever because air moved in and out of the wall assemblies like crazy. They got wet and they dried wonderfully, just that they leaked like a sieve. So energy code started to address that idea, like air leakage and insulation and then appliance efficiency. Not necessarily to reduce carbon in the atmosphere, but to provide a more like cost-effective home for people that occupy them. You know, nowadays, we don't want to wear our winter coats inside our house in April, right? We used to. The code has moved to say that's no longer our standard of living. Our minimum standard of living is to be comfortable in your home. That code has continued to evolve, and in more recent years, as at the national level, at the state level, and now at the local level, where we have kind of like this idea of through administration, we're going to tackle the idea of climate change and carbon reduction. The energy code has kind of shifted into what efficiency used to mean. It's like, let's keep your utility bills low because that's good for people, to now let's make sure your energy is not wasting, or your home's not wasting energy, so that we can put it we can take it out of the gross emitter bucket and put it now in like what we think we're making progress towards climate change type bucket. So when we talk about debiasing of energy sources, what we're saying is, rather than saying a 95% efficient fuel gas boiler, which is pretty efficient. And by the way, like natural gas is pretty cheap. So you get the same, that type of efficiency, the way it heats your home and the way that energy is used in your home was treated equally to like the same output that you would get from electric heat or cooling. So it's looking at how it has been in the past, and it still is today, looking at more of like a cost, like what's the cost of energizing your home, right? That's how efficiency has been measured. What the LACC is doing now is removing that quote. They're saying that's debiasing the energy source, and it's now focused on the energy that's put into your home versus the output. So cost off the table. What can we do with a heat pump versus what can we do with a high efficiency natural gas boiler? And so that's the idea of debiasing. Basically, again, it's a little bit of a difficult idea to wrap your mind around, but the take home is, rather than considering cost efficiency, we're looking at like BTU input and output efficiency. Okay, and so when we have equipment systems now, like heat pumps, that are way more efficient than fuel gas. Electricity is just more expensive than fuel gas at this point. That can change. It will change. It does change. It fluctuates all the time. That's one of the main differences between the LACC and the International Codes Council's energy code is how do they measure efficiency? The other main difference is that future electrification of homes is incentivized. I mean, you get credits for all electric versus you get less credits for things like fuel gas in your home. So it becomes easier to comply with the energy code if you're electrifying your home or setting it up for electrification.
How is that reflected with the current federal government and kind of this pivot away from electrification? Who is giving these compliance credits? And
the code itself is built so within the code, you kind of in energy code, you get to kind of choose your own adventure for compliance a lot of times.
so it's code credits.
Yeah, exactly. Code credits. Yeah. So yeah, when it comes to compliance, you get a certain amount of credits for, like, if you're doing heat pumps, you get 10 credits. If you're doing fuel gas, you get 95% efficient fuel gas, you get like 2 credits.
We're not talking about incentivization.
No. There are, for what it's worth, there are like incentives for heat pumps and stuff from like San Miguel Power and those types of things, but that's a different topic. So those are the 2 topics that I'm trying to still make sure I understand. a lot of the questions I get or that people ask are like, well, what's the cost up front versus the long-term savings cost? Those numbers are, they're tough to pull. We have some stuff, Eco Action Partners has been working with, a lot of us in a grant cohort. They, as well as some other consultants that have been a part of the grant, have given us resources and things like that. I'm not gonna pull them up today. I don't wanna go till 8 o'clock at night. If you have questions and you wanna talk about those, let me know. And I can prepare them in a subsequent presentation and give you guys a more detailed agenda. So again, just to wrap this up, we will adopt the 2024 code suite. We're just hinging on whether we're gonna go with the state's LECC, kind of as a preemptive measure, or if we're gonna hang tight and go with the International Code Council's version of the Energy Code. Other jurisdictions, the town of Mountain Village and the town of Telluride, last I checked, which is pretty recently, are not going to adopt the LECC by July 1st.
How
They're
come,
gonna stick on the 2024 or the 2021.
when you say that if we choose not to, we would be forced to if we had to change anything in our code? How common is it to make small changes between the larger scale adoptions?
It depends on a couple of things. We adopted the 2018 code in 2022. And then in 2023, at the beginning of the year, we did a couple of cleanups in the code, very minor clarifications, I would say. We haven't done anything since then.
Okay.
So what I learned the first time I did the 2018 code adoption was like the less we tinker with the code as it's written, the better. Trying to amend code is you create issues, which you all know. I mean, the land use code is a good example. That was an in-house written document, what, 30 years ago? And
Actually, it was a
it's tough.
consultant written, but yeah,
Oh, okay.
35 years ago.
Well, written for San Diego County. I should
Yes.
say, like, so whereas the International Code Council of codes they're like the whole country uses them, so they're a little more. They've been litigated probably a lot more than our codes have, believe it or not, and they're just more tried and true. So hopefully not much. If we nail the first set of, we'll have some amendments to that code cycle. Like we have a RIM program where we have people either pay for exterior snow melt or they offset it with solar, things like that. We have to do some amendments, but
And
Try-
that will then trigger the LECC?
no. We're gonna have those.
Ready to do.
We're gonna adopt the ICC's code and have out of that code have some changes through amendments inside of the code resolution before July 1st.
And then if we change the land use code, that's not trigger that.
Does not trigger the land use code, because our building code resolution is totally independent of the land use code. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
So more to come on that. Yeah, again, if you have questions, I'm sure you will, please email them to me. I'll have another presentation when that decision gets made here in the next few weeks. We'll be here again and we'll hammer out that and is it okay to email whether it's county commissioners or planning commissioners information if we line copy them?
Yes.
Okay, so I will do my best to, as information trickles in and decision-making information trickles in. I will do my best to update you all via email so that when we have this meeting again, you know, weeks down the road, it's not an 8-hour meeting where we're discussing things.
You think I'll ask a lot of questions?
I think a lot of people ask questions. I mean, it's a big deal, like, you should ask questions. I mean, I've sent emails to the building community, like, hey, go to these events and ask your questions. Like, they're the ones installing transformers where there weren't transformers before. Or bringing, power to houses that didn't have to before. So, yeah, but again, generally, as long as people are signing checks, everyone just falls in line and that's fine, but, again, then this is gonna affect everyone in the state Eventually it's gonna be required for everyone to be on, so you know, it's gonna be what's gonna be.
Okay.
So the last thing
Thank you
that
for painting the picture.
I had to just kind of update you all on was as it pertains to code enforcement and how we handle as a county, kind of what that looks like and where we're at. And so if you have questions on that, great. If you don't, great. But Maura and I, County Attorney Boylan and I gave a presentation, what?
January
2 months ago, almost, a month and a half ago. Largely it was Maura's presentation, so should let her talk, but I'm gonna talk anyway.
You got it.
So we where are we at? This is Maura's beautiful work, not mine. So some of the let's see, Commissioner Gleason had not had a code enforcement rundown, and I don't know if Commissioner Brown had, so we decided to just let them know how we do things, and why, and ask if they're okay with that. So the outcome of that was this presentation by Maura. We talked a little bit about where we enforce, what we enforce, how we enforce, and some challenges. These are the things that we have either ordinances or resolutions about that we, in theory, whether it's us or the sheriff's office, or Road and Bridge, would have the purview of enforcing. I'm gonna blow over this, and I'm gonna focus a little more on like the idea of land use code enforcement. So what we do, what our enforcement mechanism is we operate based off the complaint. We don't have, and I don't think probably a lot of counties in Colorado have a dedicated like enforcement fleet that goes out and issues like citations. If you go to, I don't know, a city where they got their code, or here even in town, they have a person patrolling, they're writing parking tickets. In other cities, they'll write citations for like your grass is too tall and you need to cut it. We don't do that. So people make us aware of concerns and complaints. They do that through we'd like them to use our SmartGov portal. We talked a little about that before, where they can report a concern. We will also take phone calls and emails. And then from there, here's what we do. We receive a complaint and we begin the process of like substantiating the complaint. A lot of things that come in are not things, right? So someone will complain, someone complained that to us when they were repaving the road, the highway by Society Turn. Thank you. We can't do anything about that. In the event that someone complains that maybe their neighbor has built the structure with no permits, our process is we open the case, we look at it, we use existing records to compare that to what the complaint is. We use our GIS data to look at aerial imagery. We drive by to the extent that we can from a public way. We're not driving down private driveways uninvited. And then we again use any information that's in the complaint itself to, you know, say that there's reasonable cause, if there's a violation or not. We use SmartGov to manage the case. So in SmartGov, there's a workflow process to move these things along, to keep records of inspections or notices that we send out, notices of violation. And if someone were to be in violation and they come into compliance, then we close the case, and there's a record that it happened, but just like any other record, it's just there. It's just something that happened in the past. We send a first, second, and final notice of violation that tells them what the violation is. Very generally, people receive the first notice of violation in the mail via certified letter, and they call us, and we begin the process of helping them get into compliance, hopefully. That usually happens where someone will get a letter and say, hey, what do I need to do? We tell them what they need to do, they get to work on it, gets inspected or whatever, or removed, and then we close the case. In the event that they ignore us, there's a whole host of stuff that we would then do that involves the statutes and different penalties and statutory powers, I guess, for enforcement. I don't know if we need to talk about that right now today. If we do, Maura's gonna talk about it.
I guess I would just say. There's really nothing in our own codes and ordinances that is self-enforcing and that we can't issue penalties. Or force someone to stop doing something without going to court. So when we reach that point of someone hasn't responded to notices of violation. Or hasn't fixed the problem. Our only option at that point really is to go to court. And just in a nutshell, it's from what I've learned, I haven't yet done that. But what I've learned from other county attorneys is that it is a very complicated and cumbersome process. So it's not something we have pursued regularly.
We just for what it's worth, we are in a position where we may have some cases that may be pointing us down that road, unfortunately. But yeah, it is a challenge. So I think what we're here today to share with you is that you, as the decision makers at some level, certainly with things like special use permits or, you know, other land use applications. Or when you're amending the code, is to consider, when it comes to enforcement, and I'm gonna move to the kind of like the challenges slide here, is whenever you have the chance to insert or inject clarity and avoid subjectivity or ambiguity with your conditions or with your proposed code amendments, it really helps us to tackle the idea of enforcement. Because some of the things that I'll just throw this out there. We get complaints about people in campers or tents camping on their property, quote unquote, in a temporary fashion. And so our response has to be, because of what our code says, is, well, they can do that. I guess there's no limit to how long they could be there necessarily. Well, you know, and then they'll, part of the complaint will be, you know, has been sewage related to those types of situations. And so we just really kind of lack the clarity sometimes in the code to say, yes, that's a violation, or no, that's not a violation. So just keep that in mind, the kind of code enforcement mechanism and things when you guys are considering conditions and code amendments and whatnot. We have some other challenges as far as like where our authority stops and what we can and can't do. Another example is like a logging operation. If somebody, the threshold for excess hauling for road and bridge stuff is 3 million pounds for a project. Our land use code requires a special use permit if they're hauling more than 5,000 board feet.
Depends on the zone district
Zone district.
and the size of the property.
So we have a situation where that threshold does not necessarily trigger an excess hauling permit. So if somebody tells us that there's logging going on, or a resident complains about logging trucks going up and down the road, maybe it's across 5 different parcels that we don't really have access to. We can guess at who it is. We can send letters. Hopefully we get a response. It also feels weird sometimes to just toss out a letter of violation if we don't know for certain that it's happening. And then we don't have anyone right now at the moment that would be able to pull over a logging truck and say, hey, where are you going? Where are you coming from?
Sheriff,
I mean, we'd have to have a warrant, probably. Probable cause.
Probable cause, and somebody's driving a logging truck down.
Yeah,
The sheriff doesn't force the code.
right.
Yeah, that wouldn't be something that they would.
They wouldn't have needed a special use permit. to do the
It-
logging?
It totally depends on the scale of it. So, merely seeing a logging truck going down the road does not mean that there's logging going on that should have had a permit. Yeah, and it's just, it highlights how difficult this is. We've had situations where we've had multiple logging operations on the same road. We try to require that they put, some sort of signage on their trucks so we can keep track of who's coming from where.
But that still requires Matt to sit on the side of the road and count trucks.
Well, road and bridge,
Sure.
but yeah,
Well,
somebody.
and I think, we're just bringing up these examples because one, they're kind of fresh for us, right? This logging conundrum was one we dealt with last year. We've anonymized, but we were sitting and saying, hey, sheriff, would you go out there and pull those trucks over? And they're like, for what? They're hauling logs down the road. That's a completely legal thing for them to do. Well, we think they might not be compliant with land use. Which parcel? How much? Right? So, there are these kind of areas that are gray that lead us to the spot where we say, we hear your complaints, but we don't have means to use our governmental systems to regulate this. And we're always looking for ways to allow folks to do what they need to do on their property. Because when we were making those kind of indiscriminate letters last year, who the heck is doing this? Is it you? Is it you? We then got accused of not caring about fire issues, right? At the same time. So there's this balance that we try to strike as well. But to Matt's point in that appeal is when you're sitting in with this board and saying, hey, we're going to make this amendment. If you go to the nth degree and say, how would that enforcement take place? The more clarity we can have, the better. And even being able to look back at the decision as it was made and can help us to contextualize those things.
So like the camping stuff that we did, where we said that they had to be compliant with like waste management, that wasn't specific enough so that if somebody has evidence that somebody is not being compliant, the sheriff could go and enforce it.
The sheriff does not do land use enforcement.
Okay.
The building official under our land use code is the enforcement officer. If necessary, for example, to the point that we're having to get inspection warrants, then we may bring in the sheriff, so that we can be accompanied by a deputy, when we're concerned about safety and, uncooperative owners.
But even if they're not compliant, you're saying there's not a lot that could be done.
No.
Yeah, and so how does this all relate to you? Again, when you're considering conditions of an SUP or code amendments, objective timelines, dates, levels, those things are great. So if someone's has an RV and we say, yes, they should have, compliant sewage disposal means. We fire off a letter. Like, well, we're just here for 10 days or for 3 months. And then we're gonna be gone. It's like, okay, well, do they have to build a septic system for 3 months? And so it's where it's like, if we have an opportunity to say, you can camp on your property and you can haul your sewage off for 180 days or whatever. It gives us the tools to say, to apply a code, but also to, when people complain about it, say, hey, they have the right to be there for up to 179 days.
Call me on November 3rd.
Yep, and on November 3rd, we'll make a note, we'll drive by there. Another
And we
thing.
did that, right? I think we had timelines in our camping.
Well, we had wanted to put some more significant timelines in, and ultimately we didn't, because we were concerned about impacts on housing. We didn't want to unhouse people. And the other issue is in terms of tracking. You know, since we don't have staff dedicated to check on things every single day, we may not know exactly when or exactly, they're starting and they're stopping. And what's going on in that regard. So,
It doesn't make sense to write code around bad actors. I mean, there's a
No.
piece of this that's balancing people's
Yeah.
use of their property, assuming they're not going to be bad actors.
yeah.
That's what we
And-
want you to do, please do it.
Yeah, so I think just generally, again, objectivity when possible in your conditions and in your amendments and stuff like that is just is a thing that can help us with this, challenge of enforcement. Obviously, the resources being what they are going to be what they are. We don't have any plans to hire any additional staff for code enforcement. And so that's just kind of where we're at. I know, I think people very recently, if not always, have maybe tried to allege that, we don't enforce code or people can do what they want. And while yeah, it's true that this is geographically a big county to cover for the staff we do engage in code enforcement. We do see cases through. We have mechanisms and some tools. The more polished our code and conditions and our SUPs and things like that are, the better it helps us do our job.
And I think one piece of this is when we are pursuing a code case. We aren't advertising it. We aren't talking about it. We aren't going to the newspaper saying, hey, we're knocking on your neighbor's doors, right? And so one of the issues we have is one of information, because we may be working on a case. And we don't advertise that.
Right.
Right. And so when neighbors say, well, they don't do anything about the code anyway. That is not true. We can tell you that's not true. We can show you all that is not true. But we aren't going to go out and start advertising it, because that's not good code compliance either. So that there is kind of an information challenge with that as well.
And one other thing to that, and I was gonna mention and I didn't, I'll just share with you. I don't want to go off this or go to our internet or our webpage, but we do have instructions and we're always open to feedback with how things function and how they don't. So whether it's you or someone else, if you have any ideas or suggestions on our webpage or how we use SmartGov, we're always open to hear those. If someone is going to submit a complaint, if they want to go to our website and learn about how to do that, Cade showed the page, or Nicola, whoever was operating the computer, showed the web page. There are instructions that basically say you can submit any sort of information you want to us at any given time. We'll look at it. It outlines the process I just gave you. It also has instructions that if someone wants to know what the outcome of the complaint is, they have to create an account, and there's a whole instruction list of creating a PIN to being able to go back and visit the case to see what's at. We're not going to update people that make a complaint. We don't have the time for that, nor is it really, I don't think it's very appropriate, to be honest with you. So we welcome people to share information with us. We welcome people to create a SmartGov account and create a PIN so they can go back and check the status, see where things are at. There's always the open records request option if they're really curious about what documents have been sent and whatnot. But they'll at least be able to see where the case is at and if it's still open or closed and if it's being pushed forward. So just wanted to add that. That's how we would communicate back with the public that is concerned, is through their monitoring of the portal.
Can we include in our considerations of an SUP application whether or not the applicant has any outstanding violations?
So we have had incidents or occasions where, people have asked for permits and we have said, until you correct your other violations, we will not consider those.
Mhm.
Sometimes, when, for example, the most common one that you will see is somebody will go ahead and establish a use without coming through the SUP process first. And our goal with code enforcement is always correction, not punishment. If our only goal was punishment, and we'd have a huge staff and big fines. We really want correction. And so you might see an SUP application for somebody who established the use already, and now they're seeking after the fact approval. You can look at it as if, you can ignore what's already going on and look at, okay, what conditions do we need to put on this? And that might result in them having to rein in what they were doing, just because they, already went ahead and built that structure over there, or did something on the property. If it doesn't meet the criteria, you can ask them to undo it, as part of that, process. So, yeah, you have definitely seen, applications where it has been part of a code enforcement, attempt to resolve code enforcement.
But something that's come
Cases.
up at least once is that someone was seeking an SUP and they were out of compliance for something on another property that they owned. And the neighbors were like, hey, look, they're not doing this. And we weren't allowed to consider it because it wasn't the parcel that was in front of us.
That's true.
Why?
Um,
Well,
yeah,
Well, I mean, if that's the way that, if that's the way that it is, then that's simply the way that it is. Why is it that way? I mean, I think that's kind of a
Yeah.
philosophical conversation as far as like, are we concerned about like a parcel-based compliance approach or like compliant people?
Right.
yeah.
Well, I think in our mining regulations, we said something to the effect of you have to be in good standing with the county. So like, if someone leaves a total environmental disaster on one parcel, are we gonna issue a mining permit on the adjacent parcel? No.
Say we need provisions in our code that would support a denial on those grounds.
Right.
So if we don't have those currently, we can't say, well, we're aware that you individual on a different piece of property you own in the county are in violation and we're gonna deny your permit on this unrelated property. If we don't have standards related to that, then we can't be making up our own reasons to deny things.
We do have standards in regards to fines, if I recall correctly. Have we
The,
done this before?
to issue fines, we have to go through
No,
the
I mean,
whole, or,
Not considering an application until you pay up your fines
um,
on whatever other matter those fines were incurred.
maybe,
But that assumes we've gone to court and gotten a court issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the same question.
As opposed to enforcement.
yeah.
Well, part of it is that we'd like to support your enforcement efforts.
Sure.
And if
Well,
somebody's,
again, it
if
would go
somebody's-
back to the, sorry, Lee, go ahead.
if somebody's got a second SUP in front of us, we have leverage. Just to put it
Oh, we
bluntly.
don't.
Well, and it goes back to that very idea of like clarity and objectivity in the code. If it's something that you think needs to be there, then let's find a way to get it there in a very clear and concise way. If it doesn't need to be there, then let's make sure it's not pointing to that in some kind of more nebulous way. Some of the things I see are, let's just real quick. If a person owns two different properties and has gone under the radar and done some non-compliant stuff over here, but then comes to us for a permit over here. And in the public meeting, somebody raises their hand and says, well, hey, I know that guy built a barn without permits or whatever. What do? Do we pause the meeting? Do we initiate a case? Do we go investigate it? Do we report back? And that would be the kind of the process. It would be cumbersome, not to say that it can't be done, but those are the types of things that what would you do? What would we do? What would the protocol be? And so implementing one idea without trying to and it's almost an impossible endeavor, but trying to play the scenarios through and what would we do in this circumstance? It creates that situation where we might have a rule in place, but then the enforcement of that rule is it's tough or nebulous. So
Well,
in an individual to individual basis, I could see that being like very, very challenging to tackle. If it's a business where like mining to that magnitude and things, if they haven't paid their state taxes, I think those are a little more like subjective measures to have as standards for review. Personally,
But just on a philosophical level, if our objective is achieving compliance.
Mhm.
If someone's applying for a permit with us and we know they have non-compliance on a different property, I think in line with that philosophy, we would want to work with them to approve the permit if it's possible. It shows that they're at least willing to follow our code and may not have been aware of requirements on an unrelated property. And so I think the following with that philosophy, of bringing people into compliance, the better route would be making a way to approve that permit they're applying for, rather than denying it, would maybe give them the impression that, well, I should continue not applying at all.
Well, and I just,
let me make a distinction here. I'm not talking about non-compliance. I'm
No.
talking about a complaint.
Mhm.
A registered complaint for which we have a system now. We have recordings, we have all the information that we need. If you've got a complaint against you, fix it.
Right,
But-
I'm just saying, we don't have a process in our code currently or any standard that would allow us to consider a complaint or potential non-compliance on an unrelated property
Yeah.
Should we draft
when
that?
evaluating
Well, and this
application.
This goes back to Matt describing the process we go through, where, someone files a complaint with us, and then we go through a process to determine if in fact there is a violation. And so, Matt, you'd had some numbers on, how
I didn't bring
many,
my notebook down,
yeah,
but they had
But-
those numbers in there, but very roughly, we have. That I can recall between 20 and 25, or 17, one of those three numbers, active cases right now. That we have open, that we are, we've either sent letters to, or we're in the process of investigating, or. So,
Complaints, but not necessarily violations.
so yeah, the number of complaints that we've received, I don't have that number off the top of my head. A lot of them we put in the unfounded bucket. Because we can't see them, there's no aerial imagery. We have nothing to do, so, sorry.
yeah, and you do see within our, because, public hearings, people can bring up in their public comment anything and everything. They may bring up past grievances, their chickens got out into my yard in 1978. Therefore, you should deny this application today.
No, I guess what I'm suggesting is that can we not have a mechanism whereby we can approve an SUP contingent upon the clearing of this violation over here?
On a different property.
Yeah, by the same owner.
I mean, I think you could, in theory, it doesn't currently exist in the code, so. At this point in time with the code we have today, I would say that's not a permissible basis for denying an application.
I didn't deny it. I approved it on conditions, like I always
Your
do.
conditions also have to be tied to the standard.
Have to be
in
tied to the
land
code,
use
yeah, okay.
So should we draft something in the administrative section, or are we just opening up, worms?
I mean, I want to kind of pull this back a little bit into context. If this case did happen, right, when we have somebody call out in a hearing for this land use case on XYZ parcel. Well, I know he had built a barn illegally on his other parcel. Be like, that's great information. Please put it in the portal. We'll investigate.
Okay, let's
And we
get
have
the
it.
portal already.
And we
Absolutely.
Then
So.
there is a path towards compliance for that already underway,
maybe.
right?
Well,
Um,
correct me if I'm wrong, sorry, finish what you're saying. I don't know.
there's a path underway, and to Maura's point, hanging up their current land use process that is the appropriate and right method for the parcel in question. You know, we'd be sending some mixed messages.
Yeah,
We want them to do it right where they are willing to do it right. And we want them to do it right where they're not doing it right. And so unless we make these amendments to code where we're linking individuals instead of properties as our basis for consideration. Which again, I think that can be perilous because somebody could be doing everything right at my place in Norwood. And I just can't figure it out at altitude somewhere else, right? Does that mean I should be penalized in Norwood? I don't know.
I think it's more relevant if they have special use permit on another property that's out of compliance.
Yeah, I would, and I think there's, to Matt's point about ambiguity. If you have a special use permit where we've put conditions in place that are not being followed, that can be more cut and dry, but sometimes what a neighbor believes is a violation and what we may think is like, from a landowner perspective. How can we penalize someone where we haven't actually had to go to court to prove they are in fact in violation? That's where I would have concerns about writing code that would potentially preclude someone from getting a permit that's allowed under our code because someone alleges a violation on an unrelated property.
Okay.
yeah. And there's something in the back of my brain of some case law. You know, I send you guys the planning and law digest, and you may or may not read it. That has a lot of cases like this. You know, the other thing is, it's kind of clear cut if they own the property as both properties as an individual in their own name. Or they're an operator under the same business name for both properties, because they could be a tenant on one property and a owner on another. But when you start getting different business names and different trusts and LLCs, all of a sudden that makes for a very unlevel playing field. You know, people who have the legal mechanisms to break things up versus those who go with the simple keep everything under one name route. The latter gets penalized. The first one we can't quite pin down.
Okay.
So, and just to clarify, if there's a violation on a parcel. And someone is applying for a subsequent permit on that same parcel. We do have in the land use code the grounds to deny the application,
Mhm.
right? Parcel by parcel. Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Within just the last few weeks, we had somebody say, hey, I want to do this on my property. And we said, you haven't met the conditions of your SUP yet. So please do that and then come back to us.
Yeah.
Um,
No, it's really more, from my perspective, it's really more about trying to find some ways to have guardrails against significantly sized bad actors. I don't think, our concern is in this situation where you've got one property, same owner, trying to do two things and not doing the first one very well. That's perfectly appropriate response.
I'm pretty sure that if American Helium came in today and said, we want to build a new compressor station, please give us an SUP, we would be saying, please give us the millions of dollars that you owe us first.
Would we?
Maura's having a moment. Oh, hundreds of thousands.
I mean, could we?
Yeah.
We could say that, but could we? Is that what we're looking for?
We have conditions on the payment of. Up-to-date payment on property taxes.
We are starting to put that into the code.
So-
Let's make sure that we can say yes to that. I mean, Maura does not look convinced, so I think we should make sure that we're checking that box.
There's also a lot of nuance to that particular topic.
I'm sure. We're not in executive session, but that was not a cut and dry yes, so. I think we need to make sure that we can say yes.
Matt, I guess the other thing I'd offer is that, I don't know if it fits in or even has a role in the referral process. But I would certainly say if we've got any upcoming business, an SUP application, and you have some guidance for us on if you're gonna require X, make sure you specify Y.
Yeah.
Help us write a tighter approval for those big.
We'll do that. We'll do. As always, if you have questions, feel free to email. I'll offer this just in closing, as it pertains to like specific violations that are occurring, if you hear about them or become aware of them, just always keep in mind it may be before you as a board to consider some component of that at some point. So just be careful about engaging in any sort of that, what is it, ex parte communication?
You mean like having
Yes.
an opinion?
Yeah, well, prior to being asked to have an opinion, yes.
Oh, we don't know what SUPs are coming.
Why would we ever see a violation?
Well, what could happen is you could have you could have, you know, you're at a social gathering and all of a sudden somebody starts bending your ear about, isn't it horrible how so-and-so is doing this on their property and they don't have any permits or anything like that. That's a situation to extract yourself from. Anytime somebody wants to talk about a specific activity or use on a specific property, hypothetical or actual, because it could be coming to you for you to make a decision on a land use activity, that's when you should be extracting yourself from the conversation.
Not on the violation, but on the remedy,
Yeah.
like, they might come to us for an SUP. Is that what you're saying?
So I'm saying like general questions about how all this stuff works, awesome, great. Emailing me about a person that emailed you a question and this, that, and the other, something that you may have to make a quasi-judicial decision, as Kate said.
Our best
Those
advice,
are not, we want general questions, not
Yeah.
specific project question.
our best advice, you know, if that situation happens where somebody starts saying, hey, why did so-and-so get to do this and they don't have any permits? We would advise you to say, hey, can you please go to the county's portal or contact county staff about that?
Okay.
And not try and be the intermediary on it.
I have one more question. When we looked at cannabis cultivation in the land use code, the sheriff's department worked very closely with the planning department to kind of make clear what they thought was happening, what they weren't able to enforce, what they wanted us to do to give them more ability to enforce. Is that pertinent in other cases, like maybe logging, or are there like general areas where it would be helpful to have the sheriffs work more closely with the planning department about land use code updates?
Yeah, marijuana is a topic that has a parallel track in the, you know, the criminal
That
code,
makes
law
sense.
enforcement. Whereas logging does not, you know,
Yeah.
when they're dealing with, you know, property uses, property rights, for the sheriff, that's largely a civil matter and not for their not of their concern.
That makes sense.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks for all the detail, Matt. Appreciate it. And Jared, appreciate the step in. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Not, our next meeting is the 26th, the 8th.
Yeah, it'll be Thursday, the 26th, 9:30 start
Here.
here.
Do we have an idea of how long that meeting will be?
Not really. How what?
Do we have any idea how long that meeting will be?
Well, it always depends on you guys.
She's learned not to predict.
Yeah, so we're supposed to have the accelerated review, definitely have that. The other point of it was supposed to be natural resources, and I don't have the drafts yet on that. So,
I
yeah,
won't be here, but you don't need a quorum, right? Because it's a work session.
I think we'll have a quorum without you.
The three of us and Fletcher?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah,
We'll make sure
Ian won't
Fletcher
be
knows that day.
available, so. And we're still accepting applications for members, so.
And was there any follow-on from last week's meeting? Are we talking about that again? Were there decisions made? The joint session.
Joint session?
Yes, we see it 6 o'clock.
Right now, it's just kind of back to us, and at some point we'll come back to you with a code amendment, but we've got a number of other things up ahead of that. So it's not like you're gonna see it next month.
Might be a May thing where we talk about option 1, 2, or 3. Decide what we think we decide. Might be June.
Yeah, and, so last month we had mentioned
26.
that Lee has been on the planning commission for 20 years, but he was remote. So we went to lunch without you.
It cheers you though, and
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe you were appointed in 2006, January.
Yeah.
So,
Was my very first
yeah.
case was a very contentious gravel pit, which is redundant.
Yeah. So anyhow,
That was fun. Yeah,
Thank you.
sure.
yes, thank you for your many years of service.
It kind of crept up on us, didn't it? This is what happens, guys, if you sit too long.
You're supposed to get to a plaque or a medal or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, sometime when I don't have to drive to Montrose, we can go have lunch or a drink. That'd be okay.
Okay,
Are we adjourned?
We're adjourned.
I'll move to adjourn. Do we need to do that?
Second. All those in favor? Moved and seconded. Thank
Matt
you.
Deal's eye from the sponsor.
Yeah. Gotta go.
Sorry, Matt, see you later.
Yeah.
Yeah, but question for me.